afternoon, everyone. We'll call our meeting to order. We're going to have a hearing deliberation on agency budgets. First, we're going to start out with the Emergency Medical Service Board. Shirley Morrow, KLRD, Agency Budget Analysis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Committee. You should have in front of you the budget analysis for the Emergency Medical Services Board. I will start with fiscal year 2022, which is on page 6. Subsequent to the 2021 session, there were no adjustments made to the $2.5 million that was appropriated to EMS for fiscal year 2022. The agency requests a revised estimate, again, of $2.6 million, all from special revenue funds. It's an increase of $81,000, or 3.2% above the approved amount. The increase includes salaries and wages, contractual services, and aid to local units. That's the majority of it, about $80,000. And there were decreased expenditures in commodities and capital outlay. The aid to local units, you'll see there below in the bullet, is the EMS revolving fund, which has a little bit more money in it, increase, and that's from the district court fines, penalties, and forfeitures. And the governor concurs with the agency's revised estimate.
Please continue.
On page 8, I have the analysis for fiscal year 2023, comparing that to what the agency's revised estimate is for fiscal 22. The 23 budget is $12,512 below the 2022 amount. And again, this is the aid to local units. There's a decrease there of the EMS revolving grant. And the governor concurs with their budget.
Are there questions for Shirley? Seeing none.
Other than that, there's a little bit of information on their performance-based budget. If you have any questions.
I don't think we do, Shirley. Thank you.
Okay.
Next, we'll have Joseph House, Deputy Director of the Kansas Board of Emergency Medical Services. Joseph, welcome, committee.
Thank you, Chairman Billinger, members of the committee. My name is Joseph House. I'm the Executive Director of the Emergency Medical Services Board, and I'm really here to just answer any questions that you may have. In that 2-page testimony, that's really just a heads up for future years and out years. We are making a request for 4 items through the ARPA funding that we may end up ultimately needing the ability to expend funds upon. So that's those 4 items are increasing our education incentive grant on a one-time increase there of $1 million, also $1 million increase to our Kansas Revolving Assistance Fund, which you heard a little bit about on that kind of overage side of things. Up to $2 million to modernize our EMS testing to a virtual reality format, and then up to $3 million for 2 high-fidelity mobile simulation labs. So those 4 items we're requesting through ARPA funding. That process closes tomorrow, and then if we ultimately get it, you may end up seeing us asking for appropriations for that. So just wanted to give you the heads up on those 4 items. Beyond that,
Thank you, Joseph. Was there any questions for Joseph? Seeing none, thank you, Joseph.
Thank you very much.
Committee, no more than there was in this budget. We're going to go ahead and do deliberations right away. Senator Clays.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd move the FY 22 and 23 budget for the Emergency Medical Services Board.
Governor's rec.
Yeah.
Governor's rec, okay. Second by Senator Fagg. Any questions? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Opposed, motion carries. Move on to State Fire Marshal. And we'll start out with Shirley with the budget analysis. Shirley Morrow, KLRD.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Committee. You have the budget analysis for the State Fire Marshal in front of you. The fiscal year 2022 analysis is on page 5. The agency made no adjustments to the $6.4 million that was appropriated from last year's session. And the governor did concur with that revised estimate. I will tell you, however, there was a executive directive from the governor's office that did add approximately $112,000 for a pay increase for 12 pay periods, and that is within the savings of the agency's budget, so there is no change to their expenditures.
Please move on to 23.
On page 7, fiscal year 2023, the agency's request is $6.9 million. It's an increase of $482,000 or 7.5% above the 2022 revised estimate. They asked for $410,000 for recruitment and retention as an enhancement, and the Kansas Firefighter Recruitment and Safety Grant was not funded. There is additional adjustment there for 2 half-ton trucks with bed covers and accessories, and then 4 replacement sedans, and a deletion of 1 FTE. The governor's recommendation is $6.9 million from special revenue funds. It's a decrease of $60,000. The governor's recommendation did not include the entire enhancement, but it did add back in the $100,000 for the Kansas Firefighter Recruitment and Safety Grant. The governor did add $249,000 for recruitment and retention, and that went along with the executive directive for 22 as part of the additional pay plan.
Are there any questions for Shirley? Seeing none, thank you, Shirley. We also have Doug Jorgensen with the State Fire Marshal's office here. And Doug, if you, hopefully you're not planning on going through that whole sheet there.
No, sir.
Okay.
I know the committee is tight on time.
Hit the highlights. Thank you.
I will. First of all, just a reminder for the committee that our agency is completely fee funded. We receive no SGF monies. Some of the things, just an update, is last session we were given the responsibility of overseeing the industrial hemp processors in the state. We've had 11 applicants, and we've issued 8 licenses so far, and we have 3 applications pending. Out of those, we have 7 chemical extractors and 4 agricultural extractors in nature. Investigation Division continues to do a lot of training across the state, even with COVID restrictions. We've assisted locals in a lot of cases. Our Prevention Division continues to do our inspections, even with COVID restrictions, but due to the amount of inspections that we're getting added to our responsibilities, we're starting to fall behind. On page 8 of the presentation, there's a graph for the committee. It shows that in 2018 and 19, we received about 1,100 inspections back from local fire departments. In 2021 and 22, we've received about that same number back. In 18 and 19, we were able to add 3 inspector positions, And the request I have for the committee is to be able to add 2 additional inspector positions to our agency to cover the current increase of inspections that the fire departments are giving back to us. I've attached the maps of the current inspections, and page 11 would have the fiscal impact of those 2 positions. Again, we're fee funded. We would have to find those funds in our current money that we receive from the insurance premium funds. I think we could do that initially, but we would need the committee and legislators' approval to find some additional funding for our agency. On page 14, we too are requesting some ARPA funds. We're requesting $1.2 million to fund our firefighter and recruitment grant at the $400,000 a year amount that we've been able to do in past years, and that would be $400,000 a year for the next 3 years for the firefighter and recruitment grant for the volunteer and part-time departments in the state. An additional request we put in with ARPA is for $3 million, and that would help all of the volunteer and part-time fire departments in their response to wildfires in the state. In the large fire that we had in Ellis and Russell County in December, we had one department actually lose a truck that was caught in the fire and burned up, and they don't have the funds to replace that in their budgets. Some of the budgets for some of the part-time volunteer departments are maybe only $10,000 or $15,000 a year. So including with the ARPA money for the existing grant, this would be an additional grant that would allow those departments to replace or repair equipment that's damaged in their response to wildfires, both locally and with mutual aid. Some statistics on the current rates of wildfires. We continue to move forward with our smoke alarm program. That did slow down a little bit over the last 2 years because of COVID and people being reluctant to let the firefighters come into their house and install them. But we're seeing an increase in that activity, and we hope to get it back on track. And to, I guess, sort of conclude on page 23 of the handout, it gives the current financial outlook for the agency. And again, I will ask the committee to consider increasing the funding for our agency going forward. We presented a plan last session to increase the amount of insurance premium money we received. The insurance companies were not in favor of that. They said they would push any increases onto the consumer. So that plan did not go forward or go anywhere. But we have a new plan, which is on page 28, that shows the committee that out of the money that's collected by the state from insurance companies for the premium taxes and other fees, there's about $183 million that goes to the state general fund. And we are asking for 0.5% of that going forward in the future. That would allow us money to fund the firefighter recruitment grant. If the ARPA money doesn't come forward, it would give us the funding we need to fund the 2 inspector positions. It would also give us funding to fund 2 positions we're going to need for the elevator bill that's moving through the legislature, because there isn't sufficient money in that bill to fund the responsibilities our office will have with it. So we're just, again, asking the committee to consider that increase in funding for the agency. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Doug? Senator Petty.
Thanks for being here. You mentioned about increased demands, I noticed that you have this 900,000 there, but then you said more than that. So was that including the 2 positions for the elevator inspections?
The $900,000 would fund the 2 inspector positions we're asking for. It would fund the 2 elevator positions that we're going to need. And then it would also help fund the firefighter and recruitment grant for the volunteer and part-time departments.
The 900,000.
Yes.
Thank you.
Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I look at this financial outlook, if I'm looking at this right. I see KU Fire and Rescue, and I'm sitting here saying, so there's funds that go out to help KU Fire and Rescue for like $1.5 million.
There is out of the money that the state collects for the insurance premium funds. It goes to basically 3 different places. About $180 million goes to the state general fund. There's about $10 million that goes to our agency, KU Fire Training, and the Board of EMS. And then there's approximately $240 million in HMO privilege fees that goes to KDHE for some of their programs.
Okay, here's where I'm going with this. I know there's different community colleges and stuff that have fire schools. You don't do any funding for them, do you?
No, we don't, because they rely on the tuitions that they collect for the students that go through those programs.
Okay, so what's the difference between the two? That's where I'm trying to understand.
There's really no difference. KU Fire and Training actually has a relationship with the community colleges, and they would probably be better to speak to this than me, but they work together on those training programs. And the money, some of the money that KU gets, they do reimburse the community colleges for when students go through the community college fire programs.
Thank you.
Other questions? So Doug, if you do get these funds, when will you know?
I looked at the schedule for the ARPA subcommittees, and I don't see, according to the schedule they have now, the main Spark committee doesn't make a final determination till like the first week of May. So I don't know how the legislature is going to handle the omnibus and the ARPA funds, because again, if the ARPA money doesn't come through, that's part of our request for the additional funding. So I'm not sure how that timeline is going to work.
So we might have to look this at omnibus then. Okay. Other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Committee, I guess this is another one that we could go ahead and deliberate and put a quotation in there that we look at the funding piece of this at omnibus. Senator Clays.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the FY 22 and 23 budget with that notation for the Office of the State Fire Marshal.
Second by Senator Fagg. Any questions? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next, we'll move on to the Department. Senator Petty?
I know we just passed out this state fire marshal's budget with that notation. You know, we actually heard the same thing for emergency medical services about their request for ARPA funds. Should we amend our recommendation with the same addition?
Yes, that's good. I think that would work fine. I failed to see that earlier.
The other thing about with the EMS is that they had mentioned in the material that we received about the prioritizing for vehicle production, for emergency vehicle production. And I wondered if we want to mention that in our recommendation as either, it would either be we would have a resolution or that we would have a recommendation to the full Senate to look at that It's on the third page, prioritizing emergency vehicle production and how that's impacting.
Right, the governor didn't approve all the vehicle stuff. I don't know if we want to, I mean, we could if that's, subcommittee wants to look at it, I don't know, Senator Clays?
I don't know that this necessarily had a cost attached to it as it did so much our support of prioritizing.
Senator Clays.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we can add those two notations for review by the Senate Ways and Means Committee without issue. So I would make a motion to amend the Emergency Medical Services Board to add the two notations as described by Senator Petty.
I have a motion, a second. Senator Fagg, second. All in favor? Aye. Thank you, thank you, Senator Petty. Okay, now we'll move on to the Department of Corrections. We'll start out with Merle Riedel, KLRD analyst.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Merle Riedel. I am a legislative fiscal analyst with Legislative Research. Today, we'll be reviewing the budget request and governor recommendation for the Kansas Department of Corrections. You'll see it's a budget analysis document with a nice orange band across the top representing public safety. Looking on that first page, just a reminder, the Department of Corrections, and we like to think of them as the Department of Corrections system, is composed of the KDOC central office, 8 adult correctional facilities, 1 juvenile correctional facility, a network of parole offices, and local community corrections entities. System provides for containment of the highest risk offenders and community supervision of those serving on parole and probation. A reminder, in FY 2014, the functions of the former Juvenile Justice Authority and juvenile correctional facilities were merged with this system. In general, when I was going through this or budget analysis, when I reference the KDOC central office, we're really talking about the department itself. And when we reference those facilities, we're referencing the 7 adult male facilities, 1 adult female facility, and 1 juvenile correctional facility. So if you would please move on to page 1253. I know we're somewhat limited on time, so we're going to move through this fairly quickly. We'll get right to the heart of the agency's request for FY22. As we go through the agency's request, I will attempt to highlight when the governor has recommended something or not. There's multiple requests here, and it can become kind of difficult to track, so I'll try to highlight when the governor has recommended something. So the structure for this as we go through is we'll look at the supplemental requests from the agencies. Then we'll look at some general shifts within the agency's budget. Then we'll look at the supplemental requests from the facilities, general shifts, and then we'll look at the governor's recommendation. So looking on page 1253 towards the bottom, the 2021 legislature approved a budget of $466.5 million, including $408.6 million SGF for the Kansas Department of Corrections system in FY22. There was one adjustment to that, and that was an SGF reappropriation. You can see that on item 1. Agency received an increase of $35.9 million SGF that was not spent in FY 2021 and shifted to FY 22. This primarily included expenditures or unspent funds from the evidence-based juvenile programs account and unspent funds that were intended for the Lansing Correctional Facility and Winfield Correctional Facility expansion projects, projects that did not incur in 2021 but will occur in 2022. Towards the bottom, you'll see the agency's request a revised estimate of $486.7 million, including $426 million SGF for the entire KDOC system in FY22. This is an all-funds decrease of $15.8 million. And an SGF decrease of $18.6 million below the FY22 approved amount. Looking at the list of items, I'm looking at item number 2, Central Office Supplemental. This was a supplemental to replace revenue from inmate phone calls. Agency requests $747,000 SGF to offset revenue lost due to a Federal Communications Commission order limiting the charge for inmate phone calls to 14 cents per minute, which is 4 cents below the agency's current rate. So over the summer, the Federal Communications Commission, which regulates interstate communications, issued an order that would limit some of the that could limit the rates that correctional facilities could charge for these costs. This is primarily related to some other states that were charging significant amounts for inmate phone calls. Regardless, it applied to all correctional facilities. So the agency is indicating that they would lose a certain amount of revenue related to this decrease charge for inmate phone calls. The governor did recommend this ultimately, recommended this $747,000 for revenue replacement. Item 3, central office supplemental for housing program. Agency requests $75,000 SGF to expand community-based housing for offenders with special needs upon reentry into society. Request includes a coordinator and temporary leased housing to provide stability to chronically homeless offenders and offenders with severe mental health needs. The agency has indicated some of the biggest contributing factors to inmates reoffending is a lack of employment, which is also related to a lack of stable housing. This is an effort to mitigate those difficulties. The governor did not recommend the supplemental funding for the housing program. Item 4, central office supplemental IT outreach staff. Agency requests $224,640 SGF for contracted information technology staff to provide outreach to community corrections agencies regarding Athena One. Athena One is a recently implemented case management data system for offenders on parole and serving probation. You'll hear later we'll refer to Athena 2. So Athena 1 is a data system to provide case management for those in the community, so those serving probation and parole. You'll see Athena 2 is a data system to provide case management of offenders in the incarcerated in facilities. So it tracks their inmate location, tracks risk level, and programmatic needs. The governor did not recommend item number 4, the IT outreach staff. I'm going to move down to item 6, evidence-based juvenile programs. The revised estimate includes expenditures totaling $19.5 million from the evidence-based juvenile programs account of the state general fund, which is a decrease of $18.6 million below the FY22 approved amount. These expenditures primarily include aid to local governments, statewide contracts, supporting evidence-based community programs to decrease reliance on incarceration for juvenile offenders. This revised estimate includes a planned reappropriation of $21.3 million from FY22 to FY23, which the agency indicates is needed to sustain the program. So in short, you would see a total expenditures of $19.5 million. On top of that, there is $21.3 million that is available but would not be spent in FY22, but instead would reappropriate to subsequent years to support those programs in the future. Item number 7, referencing outsourcing adult offenders. Essentially, the agency is not requesting any funds for this because primarily due to the inmate population decreasing, there is sufficient beds to house all inmates. There is no need to lease jail space or correctional facility in places such as Arizona.
Well, I hate to interrupt, but did the governor support number 6?
Yes, the governor does support number 6. You will actually see as part of the governor recommendation, she actually recommends to add an additional $21.1 million to that fund on top of what you see here. Looking on item 9, central office capital improvements, the agency's revised estimate includes capital improvements totaling $18.7 million. This is for the central office, including $6.6 million SGF for the KDOC central office. This is a decrease of $3.1 million below the FY22 approved amount. Decrease is primarily attributed to the transfer of $3.1 million in special revenue funds to the correctional facilities for routine repair and rehabilitation. This is very common. This happens each year. In the budget year, funds are appropriated to the central office, and in the current year, the central office transfers those funds to the various correctional facilities. Item of note here, the revised estimate includes $12.7 million for expansion projects at Lansing and Winfield correctional facilities. If you'll remember, those are expansion projects that involve a substance abuse treatment center at the Lansing Correctional Facility and a substance abuse treatment and assisted living unit at the Winfield Correctional Facilities. Those projects were planned to begin in FY21. There was some delays in the construction, so those projects are scheduled to be completed in FY22. Item number 10, Facilities, the facilities request supplemental for overtime expenditures. It's a total request of $1.4 million for additional overtime expenditures at El Dorado and Lansing, the largest of the facilities, which implemented 12-hour shifts in response to low staffing levels. Item 11, facilities supplemental, a shrinkage reduction. Agencies request $322,000 SGF for a shrinkage reduction at the Larned Correctional Mental Health Facility. So shrinkage reduction essentially allows the agency to fill vacant positions. Item 12, you'll see capital improvements. Revised estimate includes increased capital improvements of $5.4 million, all from special revenue funds for the correctional facilities. This includes $5.1 million for the adult facilities and $1 million for the juvenile facility. Finally there, towards the bottom after item 13, the revised estimate includes 3,321 FTE positions for the KDOC system, which is a decrease of 12.5 FTE positions below the FY22 approved number. Position decrease is mainly at the Norton Correctional Facility. Moving down below to the governor's recommendation, Governor recommends $534.9 million, including $455.6 million SGF for the entire system. This is an all funds increase of $48.2 million and an SGF increase of $29.7 million above the 22 revised estimate. So some of those changes, again, item 14, Central Office Supplemental Housing Program, Governor did not recommend. Item 15, Central Office Supplemental for IT Outreach Staff, Governor did not recommend. Item 16, Evidence-Based Juvenile Programs, Governor recommends adding $21.1 million SGF to the Evidence-Based Juvenile Programs account to restore funding lapsed in the previous budget cycle. This would result in expenditures from the account totaling $40.6 million in FY22. Governor also recommends that up to $3.5 million from this fund be made available to the Jobs for America's Graduates Kansas program, or JAG-K. Item 17 is that 24/7 pay initiative. Governor recommends adding $18.6 million, all from Federal American Rescue Plan Act fund in FY, and that should read FY22, to implement the 24/7 pay initiative recommended by the Spark Task Force, approved by the State Finance Council. Plan includes temporary base pay increase for hourly and salaried staff, pay differentials for hourly personnel, and one-time premium pay allocations up to $3,500 for salaried individuals. Looking at item 18, community corrections, Governor recommends the addition of $2.6 million SGF for increased aid to local community corrections agencies for the purpose of salary increases. And you'll see in FY, this is really related to an enhancement request from the agency in FY23. Agency requested an amount. The governor recommended more than the agency, and the governor actually recommended applying this increase to both 22 and 23. 19, equipment. Governor recommends the addition of $1.4 million SGF for the purchase of safety and security equipment. Same situation here. In FY23, the agency requested a certain amount for safety and security equipment. Governor recommended more than the agency asked and applied those funds in both 22 and 23. Item 20 is Pathways for Success. The governor recommends the addition of $6.7 million SGF for the Pathways for Success initiative, which provides equipment and material for educational programs at correctional facilities. This program is facilitated by community colleges and universities. Equipment included in this involved virtual welders, commercial driver's license simulators, and mobile devices. Finally, 21 and 22, facility supplemental requests for overtime and for shrinkage. The governor did not recommend. Governor's recommendation includes 3,321 FTE positions, which is unchanged from the agency's request. Revised estimate, my apologies. That concludes FY22, Mr. Chairman. I can move on to FY23.
Are there any questions on 22? Seeing none, please proceed.
All right, I'm going to be, the table starts on page 1,258. We're going to move to page 1,259. The agencies, looking just below the box at the top under agency's request. Agency requests $517.3 million, including $480.4 million SGF for the entire KDOC system. It's an all funds increase of $30.7 million and an SGF increase of $54.5 million above the FY22 revised estimate. Item 1, enhancement request for the Lansing Correctional Facility and Winfield Correctional expansion projects, operational expenditures. Agency requests a total of 20.2 million SGF to operate recently renovated substance abuse treatment center at Lansing Correctional Facility and assisted living and substance abuse center at the Winfield Correctional Facility. These expenditures include contracted medical staff, program staff managed through the central office, and expenditures to support the addition of 89 FTE positions at Lansing and Winfield facilities. These positions include correctional officers, counselors, maintenance staff, as well as costs for utilities and equipment. The agency did indicate that there was an error in the budget data entry process. That's actually a request rather than 20.2 million. That is a request of 10.6 million. If you turn to page 1267, this provides some additional information on this request. So on page 1267, you'll see that this request for operational expenditures at Lansing and Winfield really breaks down into 4 components. There is, on the bullet points there, the first bullet point, rather than 11.5, that should actually read 1.9 million to the central office for contracted staff and operating expenses at substance abuse treatment centers. So that's 1.9 million for substance abuse treatment staff, contracted staff. Bullet number 2 is 1.4 million to the central office for 18.6 FTE medical positions added to the agency's existing healthcare contract for the assisted living unit. Bullet points, the third and fourth bullet points, these are funds that would go to the 2 correctional facilities, and these would support staff such as correctional, sort of routine staff for correctional facilities. So these would be correctional officers, maintenance staff, and counselors to staff those expanded areas at the correctional facilities. So that's a summary of the first enhancement, and which sort of involves different components from the system, a portion for the central office and a portion for the 2 correctional facilities. Then moving on to item 2, central office enhancement, restore, and I'm sorry, I'm looking on page 1259. Item number 2 is central office enhancement to restore central office staffing. Agency requests $450,000 to restore salaries and wages expenditures at the central office that were decreased last year as part of a reduced resource item. If you'll remember, several agencies had to identify spaces where they could be up to 10% cuts due to projected revenue shortages. The agency is essentially requesting to restore those funds. This adjustment would sustain 6 FTE positions in areas such as fiscal management, human resources, and legal counsel. Item 3, agency for vehicles and equipment, agency requests 817,682 SGF to partially support scheduled replacement of 48 vehicles and safety and security equipment used by staff. The agency did support this enhancement, and we can get more into that in the governor's portion. And I did want to backtrack back on item 2, restore the central office staffing. The governor does support this recommendation. Moving on to item 4, staff development specialist. The governor did not recommend this enhancement. Item 5, central office enhancement for reentry programs. The governor did not recommend this enhancement. Item 6, a central office enhancement for parole staff. The governor did not recommend this enhancement. Item 7, central office enhancement to replace revenue from inmate phone charges. This is the same request that we saw in FY22. You'll see this is appearing in FY23, again related to a federal FCC order to limit charges for inmate phone calls, to limit those to 14 cents a minute. Governor is recommending this. Item 8, central office enhancement, eliminate ICS or Inmate Communication Services Commission. Agency requests $3.7 million to offset revenue loss from further reducing the charge for inmate phone calls to 7 cents a minute. Inmate communication services are administered by a contracted service provider, which pays a commission that's utilized for inmate programs. The commission, which is estimated at $3.7 million for FY23, would be eliminated if this further rate reduction was implemented. The governor did not recommend this enhancement. Item number 9, eliminate the KCI fund. Agency requests that 3.1 million SGF to offset an elimination of a transfer from the Kansas Correctional Industries Fund for operational purposes. If you'll remember, that fund relies on revenue from the sale of inmate-produced goods. The fund was originally intended to support programs. Over the years, or in recent years, portions of that fund have been used to support operational expenditures such as increases in the food service contract or increases in medical expenditures, and it's been used in lieu of SGF. So the agency is requesting that SGF be used for those funds, which would allow those KCI funds to be reinvested in programs. Governor did not recommend this enhancement. Item 10, central office IT outreach staff. Governor did not recommend this enhancement. Item 11, central office enhancement for housing program. The governor did not recommend this enhancement. Item 12, central office enhancement for community corrections and parole staffing. Agency requests 3.1 million SGF for increased grant funding to local community corrections agencies and to fund 5 FTE positions in parole services. The intent is to reduce the caseload for community-based supervision of offenders. This request would also include 2.8 million for community corrections agencies, which is equivalent to 4 FTE positions. So just to clarify, the agency was requesting additional funds to add positions. You'll see that the governor's recommendation is additional money, but is not intended to add positions, but is intended for the purpose of salary increases for those working at community corrections agencies. Item 13 is a central office enhancement, CIBF, or Correctional Institutions Building Fund adjustment. The agency requests 3.9 million from the Correctional Institutions Building Fund to adjust the annual appropriation for repair and rehabilitation of correctional facilities to a level that would account for a 2.5% inflation rate. The agency notes that the current appropriation from that fund is approximately 5 million and has been fixed at that amount since 1997, while the cost of goods and service and material has increased. That fund draws revenue from gaming monies. The money that goes to the Correctional Institutions Building Fund is derived from the 10% of the first 50 million that's deposited in the State Gaming and Revenue Fund. So that really sort of statutorily fixes that amount at 5 million, and it's been that way since 1997. Item 14, central office enhancement, an actionable intel unit. The governor did not recommend this. Item 15, central office enhancement, prisoner review board, essentially additional staff and hearing officers for the hearing review board. Governor did not recommend that. Item 16 on page 1261, central office enhancement, BIP or batterer intervention services. Agency requested 705,000 for intervention services in the victim service program. This would include BIP services for paroled offenders in correctional facilities, and providing notification for victims. Governor did not recommend that. Central office enhancement for assessment quality assurance. Governor did not recommend that. Item 18, central office enhancement for restorative justice. Essentially, an individual to provide victim impact classes among inmates. Governor did not recommend. Item 19, central office enhancement for additional GPS monitoring. The governor did not recommend. Item 20, restore SGF for graduated sanctions. The request includes an increase of 10 million SGF offset by a decrease of the same amount from special revenue funds for graduated sanction grants provided to local community corrections agencies for supervision of juvenile offenders. This adjustment would restore SGF monies decreased by the 2021 legislature as part of a reduced resource item. So if you'll remember last year, this was a proposal for a reduced resource. The item had a special revenue fund that had a significant balance in it. So for 1 year, they supported these graduated sanctions to the amount of 10 million from that fund. That fund no longer has that large unspent balance, so the agency is requesting to restore SGF for that purpose. Looking on item 22, evidence-based juvenile program, the request includes expenditures totaling 16.5 million from the evidence-based juvenile programs account, which is a decrease of $3 million below the FY22 revised estimate. We've talked a little bit, those expenditures support community programs for juveniles. 23 central office capital improvements. The request includes capital improvements of $12.2 million, all from special revenue funds. This is a decrease of $10.5 million, including $6.6 million. That decrease is primarily due to completion of those expansion projects at Lansing and Winfield, which would occur in FY22, so those expenditures would no longer be needed in FY23. Item 24, the facilities did request enhancements. Shrinkage reduction, the agencies request a total of $4.7 million for shrinkage reduction at Ellsworth, El Dorado, the Kansas Juvenile Correctional Complex, Lansing, Norton. Shrinkage reduction would allow agencies to again fill vacant positions. An item of note, the facilities capital improvement, the request includes no capital improvement expenditures for correctional facilities in FY23, decrease of $5.4 million. That's very common. Again, those funds are appropriated to the central office in the budget year and then transferred to the facilities in the current year. So finally, I'll hit the governor's recommendation. Item 27, governor's recommendation includes the following. For the Lansing Winfield expansion projects, the governor recommends a total of $9.6 million SGF for operating expenditures for those treatment centers. This expenditure is financed with $5 million in new SGF monies and $4.6 million SGF reallocated from the KDOC central office and the facilities. The recommendation would include 104 FTE positions, which is an increase of 15.1 FTE above the agency's request. Item 28, vehicles and equipment. Governor recommends $3.8 million for replacement of vehicles and security and safety equipment, which is an increase of $3.1 million above the agency's request. Item 29, community corrections and parole staff. The governor recommends $8.4 million exclusively for increased grant funding for local community corrections agencies for the purpose of increasing salaries. That is an increase of $5.3 million above the agency's request. Item 30 just lists many of those items that were not recommended. You will see in item 31, that 24/7 pay plan, the governor's recommendation would continue that pay plan in FY 2023. The significant difference being in 22 that's supported with federal relief funds or ARPA money. In 23 that would be funded with SGF. Item 33 and 34 were the facilities requests. As we discussed, the governor did not recommend those. Finally, looking at on page 1,263, the governor's recommendation includes 3,420.1 FTE positions, which is an increase of 15 FTE position above the agency's 23 requests. Increases due to the addition of positions at the Lansing and Winfield correctional facilities. So if you'll remember, agency asked for about 89 FTE positions for Lansing and Winfield. Governor recommended, I believe it's 104 positions, so it was a slight increase. So it's a slight increase from the agency's request, but an overall increase of 104 FTE positions. So that's a very quick once over. I would just bring members' attention to, if you wanted to know some more information about that 24/7 pay initiative, because there is a bit of a backstory to it. This kind of originated on October 26th when the Secretary of Corrections reported to the Joint Committee on Corrections and Juvenile Justice Oversight about critical staff shortages. The Joint Committee's recommendation was to immediately request COVID-19 federal relief funds. Spark Task Force shortly after that approved a total expenditure of $30.3 million from ARPA for that 24/7 pay initiative. And as you guys are well aware, that pay initiative involves more than just the correctional facilities, though primarily includes the correctional facilities. It also includes veterans' homes and some of the state hospitals. And so you can see some of those pay increases result for correctional officers. They would start at the current rate of $18.26 per hour. They would receive and I'm looking on page 1,276, about the last full paragraph there. New correctional officers would start at the current rate of $2.26 per hour. That's what their current rate is, even prior to the 24/7 pay plan. But now they would receive a 2.5% pay increase at 3 months, another one at 9 months, and another 5% increase at 12 months after hire, for a total increase of 10% within 1 year. The initiative also provides all current unit team counselors and parole officers with pay increases ranging from 6% to 22%. New counselors and parole officers would receive a starting pay increase that would raise their rate from $18.26 to $22.16 per hour. And you can see there are 4 differentials also included in that 24/7 pay plan, which aggregate for certain individuals who are eligible for those. So if you are a correctional officer working at a correctional facility, and you're working at one of the facilities that has a 25% vacancy rate, you may qualify for up to 3 of those differentials. Last item, I would just look on the next page on 1,277, breaks down the request by agency, and it also breaks down the FTE count by agency or by facility and by the central office. The last item, I apologize, one more item. On page 1,318 is the capital improvements reports that gives you sort of a very clear picture of capital improvements. This agency's capital improvement budget was heard in the Joint Committee on State Building Construction. That committee did recommend or did concur with the governor's recommendation for the Department of Corrections with a notation in FY23. The committee requested that Senate Ways and Means and House Appropriation sort of look at in more detail the issue of additional funding provided to the Correctional Institutions Building Fund. And Mr. Chairman, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Merle. We're running over time here, and I know a couple of the committee members have commitments. Would you be able to, the folks that haven't testified, would you be able to come back at 4 o'clock? Okay. Chuck Knapp, do you have a student with you? You want to introduce him and do that so he can go and you can go? Okay, great. And the rest of you, we're going to recess until 4. We're on the floor, and we hopefully will be done by then, so just kind of. Same, right.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for this opportunity. I am joined today by a former student, a graduate of Schlegel High School in Kansas City, Kansas, a 2021 graduate, Darnell Hill, to just tell you a little bit about his story and why JAG-K, we believe, can help prevent students from entering the juvenile justice system.
Yes, in committee, the governor did recommend funding JAG-K fully, so it's a great program. Please state your name.
Darnell Hill.
Welcome to committee. Darnell, if you want to just give us a brief scenario. Like I said, we are running over on our time here, but we'd love to hear from you today.
I really wanted to say thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. It's like amazing. But JAG-K really has been like, it helped me a lot from like, a lot of people don't know this, but I was sexually assaulted for a course of 4 years. I was raised by a single mother with 4 boys, you know, just seeing her struggle. I really wanted to like, you know, take some of that weight off of her. So I began to steal. And, you know, that's where I got caught up in the juvenile justice system and everything. And when I told Miss Pleasure about, you know, my trials and tribulations, she took me in with open arms, no questions asked. You know, she did things my mother couldn't do. Like if my mom couldn't come get me from work, you know, she's there. If I didn't have anything to eat in the morning, you know, she'll feed me. You know, simple stuff like that just put a smile on my face. So with that being said, I haven't stolen within 1 going on 2 years. I completed my medical assistant program last year, and I graduated with my medical assistant in December of 2021. And I'm going to be taking my national exam this month on the 24th. And that's just like a little summary about me.
Well, that's a great story, Darnell. Thank you a lot for being here, and congratulations on completing that program, and good luck. A lot of opportunity there for you. So thank you for coming to Topeka today. We appreciate it. Committee, we're going to recess till 4 o'clock, so we're in recess. can run a little over. I want to go back on our Emergency Medical Services Board. One of the suggestions that I forgot to bring in, I left in my office, was for the whole committee to look at the reimbursement rate for the EMS. I think that hasn't been adjusted in a long, long time, and in particularly, I think the air ambulance side of that. But I'd just like the whole committee to look at that. Senator Clays.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just make that into a motion to add a notation to review that in the full committee for the EMS budget.
We have a motion, we have a second. Senator Fagg? Any questions? All in favor? Aye. Okay.
Chairman, just to clarify that, that's for FY22 or FY23 or?
We're going to review 22 and 23. Thank you. Right. Okay, we're going to go back to Department of Corrections, and I know there's some people here from the Community Corrections, and I think we'll start out with those folks. Randy Regier, Director of Reno County Communications Corrections and President of Kansas Community Corrections Association. Welcome, committee, Randy. Apologize that we ran over, but it's been one of them days.
There we go. Thank you. You go ahead and advance the slide. Just as a quick reminder, I wanted to touch on the different field supervision agencies we have here in Kansas. Court Services is under the Office of Judicial Administration. Their staff are state employees and they supervise misdemeanor and low-risk felony probation. State Parole is part of the Department of Corrections. Parole staff are also state employees and they supervise people after they're released from prison. Community Corrections is funded by grants from the Department of Corrections to local counties. Community Corrections staff are county employees and they supervise moderate and high-risk offenders. A primary focus of Community Corrections is to save the state money by diverting people from high-cost prison beds. Officers work to move offenders from being a drain on social services and to being tax-paying, productive members of the community. Our goal is to provide public safety by addressing the needs of high-risk felony offenders while they're in the community. Promoting public safety starts by officers assessing offenders' high-risk crime-causing factors. Officers address these factors by teaching new skills, ways of thinking, and new behavior. Officers assist offenders by making referrals to specialized services such as substance use and mental health and domestic violence treatment programs. They also assist with housing, employment, financial instability. Officers work with offenders' families, support people, law enforcement, social services, as well as crime victims to ensure public safety. Community corrections can be viewed as a cost avoidance mechanism. Many of the offenders we supervise are presumptive prison according to the sentencing guidelines. This means without a departure from the sentencing guideline, the judge should be ordering the person directly to prison. Out of the cases assigned to community corrections in FY21, 28% were presumptive prison statewide. 5 out of 31 community corrections agencies had more than 40% of their assigned adult offenders receiving a departure from presumptive prison sentences. In FY20, 25% of the cases closed statewide were presumptive prison, and 69% of these people did not go to prison. This is 1,054 offenders who should have been sentenced directly to prison, who we successfully diverted from filling a prison bed. Community corrections creates a significant cost avoidance to the state with these presumptive prison cases alone. The statewide success rate for FY20 was 73%. This is a total of 4,373 offenders who were diverted from a prison facility. This is a very high success rate when you consider the high-risk population we supervise. For fiscal year 22, the legislature approved $10.8 million for judicial branch pay increases and $4.3 million for 70 additional court services officer positions. Recently, Governor Kelly's executive order gave much-needed raises to state parole, and additional raises for parole have been included in her recommended FY23 budget. However, neither of these funding increases included community corrections. After 8 years of flat funding, we are encouraged and very thankful to see Governor Kelly's recommendation for $8.4 million increase for FY23. This is a positive step in the right direction for restoring agencies. Community corrections has standards set by statute. These requirements set out what is needed and expected to provide intensive supervision in our communities. It's nearly impossible for agencies to meet these minimum requirements and keep our communities safe with the continued flat funding. For the past several years, community corrections agencies have had to choose between losing staff because they're paying a low wage or reducing the number of officers so they can pay a competitive rate. This is not a sustainable plan. Not only are agencies losing their trained, experienced line staff, but there are several community corrections directors making less than a level 1 court services officer. Agencies have been forced to offer fewer programs to change offender behavior and have fewer resources to assist offenders in making changes. Officers have less time to focus on evidence-based behavior change strategies. The result of all this is an increased likelihood offenders will engage in an illegal activity, resulting in additional crime victims and revocation to prison. The KCCA evaluated the community corrections agencies across the state and calculated how much additional funding would be needed to bring adult and juvenile staff up to the Office of Judicial Administration pay scale. We also evaluated caseload populations and determined 50 additional adult supervision officers are needed statewide. This work was all done in close partnership with the Department of Corrections. In the end, we determined the total current need to bring staff up to the OJA pay scale is $14.3 million. It's important to understand that this amount does not address the many other positions lost due to flat and reduced funding. Over the years in Reno County alone, we've had to cut a full-time surveillance officer, a full-time program provider, a full-time secretary, and 2 full-time licensed addictions counselors. The $14.3 million does not address restoring any of these positions, which have a significant impact on changing offender behavior and community safety. It's essential for public safety to fund community corrections agencies to pay a competitive wage. It is critical agencies have enough staff to effectively supervise and assist the very difficult population. Governor Kelly's recommended increase of $8.4 million moves us closer to providing a competitive pay rate, but does not meet the need of community corrections agencies in your communities. To keep communities safe, we need continued support to fully fund agencies and not a one-time increase. Agencies greatly appreciate the governor's support in this initial investment. Fully funding agencies help them safely supervise this population in the community to avoid the high cost of incarceration. Thank you, Chairman and committee members, for your time. I'd be happy to stand for any questions.
Questions for Randy? Seeing none, I just, a couple of things. First off, thank you for what you do and the people that work with you. 73% is amazing.
Thank you.
I mean, you're saving the state of Kansas a lot of money, lot of money. If we just had 2% of them go on to prison, it would be costing us way more than what we should be taking care of you folks. So thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Next, we'll have Keith Bradshaw from the Contract and Finance Executive Director for the Kansas Department of Corrections. Keith, welcome to committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Keith Bradshaw, Executive Director of Contracts and Finance, and I'm going to spend a little time going through the governor's recommendation. So this first slide I have here is just a comparison of the FY21 budget in relation to the governor's recommendation for FY22 and 23. As you can see, salaries and wages still accounts for the largest share of our budget. Over 40% of our funding is used for salaries at the correctional facilities and parole and central office. The growth you're seeing there year over year is tied to the 24/7 pay plan that was approved in November and December. Total increase there was $18.3 million, and that's from the American Recovery Plan Act funds that was approved by the Spark Committee. And that was partially offset by a reduction in salary and wage expenditures due to some unit closures that we had done due to the reduced population, and I'll speak to that here in a little bit. Healthcare continues to account for about 17% of our budget. Had a little bit of growth here over a 3-year period that you see here. There's an escalator in the healthcare contract of 2.6% annually, and that's being offset in large part by a decline in the population decline that we've experienced here. There's provisions within that contract to reduce the payments due as a result of a declining population. Aid to locals and other assistance is our third largest category, about 14% of our budget. And this is where all of our payments to community corrections agencies for both adult and juvenile services are recorded at, as well as payments for out-of-home placements for juvenile offenders supervised in the community, and payments out of the evidence-based programs fund for juvenile services. The rest of these categories here, I won't go into much detail on. They account for about 25% of our budget, include everything from payments to local jails for housing parole violators until a return to KDOC, software licensing, contracts for offender programs and reentry services, food service, and rent for office space and parole and central office, and the Lansing lease. The governor's recommendation for FY23 includes funding to sustain the 24/7 pay plan. That includes $8.7 million in FY23 to sustain the pay plan, the base pay plan for corrections officers, unit team staff, and parole officers, and an additional $25.2 million to pay for the temporary differentials that were approved by the Spark Committee as well. Not reflected in the KDOC numbers is the 5% across the board pay plan the governor's recommended, as well as funding for the conversion of KDOC employees who are currently on corrections capers, as well as their juvenile counterparts at the Kansas Juvenile Correctional Complex over to Kansas Police and Fire Retirement, which that would go into effect on July 1st. For the correction officer base pay plan increases, what this plan did was change how we compensate our new employees. Previous to this plan being implemented, the first year officer, whether it's a corrections officer A1 or a juvenile corrections officer 1, when they're first hired, they would have to work 1 year on the job before they would get a pay increase. The pay plan that the governor put forth and was approved by the Spark Committee has a tiered structure to help encourage retention over that first year. And so after 3 months of service, the individual would receive a pay increase, and then again at 9 months and 12 months. So when the pay plan went into effect this past November, every corrections officer that we had with us, who had been with us for at least 3 months, received some sort of a pay increase, and that ranged anywhere from 2.5% to 11%. For the unit team and parole officers, base pay was increased from $18.26 an hour to $22.16 an hour, and this is for our entry-level parole officer 1 positions and correction counselor 1 positions. This group, like with the corrections officers group, everyone received some sort of increase as a result of this, and that ranged anywhere from 6% to 22%. And for our parole officers, again, that put them at $22.16 an hour. Just below the entry-level pay for court services officers, who start off at $22.74 an hour. And after 1 year service, they would go to $25.52. And I understand there's another 4% increase for court services that would go into effect this July. Specific to the pay differentials, there was 4 tiers established in the 24/7 pay plan, 3 of which would apply to KDOC employees. The first tier applies to any hourly employee within a correctional facility, and that's an extra $1.50 an hour. The second tier is for all uniformed security officers, counselors, and unit team managers and supervisors that work directly with the population, and they receive an additional $2 an hour of the temporary differential. And then for any facility that has a vacancy rate of greater than 25%, an additional $2.50 per hour for all employees at that facility is added to their pay. And then for the salaried staff at the correctional facility, since they're not able to participate in the differentials here, they were given a one-time $3,500 bonus in lieu of those differentials. And so we haven't had much experience yet, but the results are looking positive so far. This graph shows the weekly vacancy rate for uniform staff at the correctional facilities for fiscal year 22. And you can see in the steady growth from July through the end of December into mid-January. So as of just January 31st, we had 527 vacancies out of 2,019 authorized positions in security. That's about 26.1% vacancy rate. Since then, it's dropped down. We had peaked at 541 openings on January 18th. These pay plan adjustments went into effect in November 28th for the base pay increase when we had 480 vacancies, and those hit paychecks on December 24th. The differentials went into effect on December 26th and hit paychecks on January 21st. Kind of put that into context there. So we are starting to see it level off a little bit. Hopefully we start to see this, our vacancy rate start to decline as more and more people see the advantages of this pay plan that's been passed. On the parole side, since we're dealing with smaller numbers, that we have a little more volatility here whenever we have openings and positions getting filled. So we do see it looks like a big increase here in January. Again, to put it into context, we have 124 parole positions between parole officer 1, 2, and supervisor classifications. On January 31st, 18 of those were open, or 14.5%. And we've had 4 new vacancies between the 18th and the 31st. I understand we've had a couple of those get filled since then. So a little bit more volatile and more up and down, but we're hopeful that as more see the new starting rate, that we'll get attracts more candidates and again, get that trend line going back the other direction. I'll skip over this slide since Randy just showed this, just the structure of how community supervision is done in Kansas. Going into the community corrections pay plan. So this discussion started back in October when the Community Corrections Association testified before the Joint Committee on Corrections and Juvenile Justice and requested a $14.3 million increase for funding for pay increases for their staff as well as adding new positions. The governor's recommendation was just to target the pay increases at the supervision officers and no additional staff. And in FY22, as recommended, $2.6 million to start implementation of those pay plans, and then full year funding of $8.4 million built into the base budget in FY23 moving forward. Next in the governor's recommendation was additional funding for security equipment. So KDOC has not had traditionally any funding dedicated towards the replacement and acquisition of new security equipment for the facilities. How this always worked was if a facility happened to have some savings towards the end of the fiscal year, they would go ahead and start replacing some equipment that they were able to with the funds that they had available. The result was a pretty disjointed system where some facilities were able to replace equipment sometimes on a regular basis, and other facilities were very rarely ever able to replace equipment. And we have different types of equipment across the system and no consistency between facilities. Funding had been provided in FY20 to start working on some of these issues here. We received $344,000 to start replacing some of our old expired stab vests. And then in FY22, another $927,000 was provided to start working on continued replacement of stab vests as well as replacement of other security equipment such as firearms, belly chains, cuffs, metal detectors, and so forth. With the governor's recommendation of $1.4 million this fiscal year and next fiscal year, we'll be able to address the backlogs, replace all the outdated equipment, replace radios that are near or have already failed, and then get onto a regular replacement schedule. So every year, a certain percentage of our items are being replaced on a regular basis. So we're not running into a situation where we have expired gear or gear that's already failed or getting ready to fail out there in the facilities. We're replacing that before it reaches that critical point. Vehicles are the same situation as with equipment. We've never received funding, dedicated funding to replace vehicles, and as a result, well, we have vehicles that are going well beyond their end of their useful life. We try to keep them going as long as we possibly can, but at a certain point, the repairs begin to exceed the cost of the vehicle or the value of the vehicle, or they're so old we can't find the parts for them. And again, in past years, we would have to rely on year-end funds to try and replace a vehicle if we're able to. And oftentimes, we'd have to go to federal surplus or the Highway Patrol and buy a used vehicle. With some funding that had been appropriated over the last 2 years, we've been able to replace 75 or 73 of our 545 cars and light trucks in our fleet with new vehicles that have a little bit more life left in them, have a warranty behind them, so we can stretch them out a little bit further than the used vehicles we have been buying before. With the additional funding recommended by the governor of $2.5 million in FY23, we're going to be able to replace approximately 103 more vehicles. And by that point, we'll have replaced 103 of our 545 vehicles in our fleet. We're projecting about another 50 in the following year. In FY24, we need to be replaced, at which point we'll have turned over about 40% of our fleet. And those vehicles will be 6 years old or less at that point. Going from there, we'll transition to a regular replacement cycle of 25 to 35 vehicles per year, so we don't have this big backlog build back up again. The governor also has recommended $6.7 million for the Pathways to Success initiative, and this would allow us to acquire equipment and supplies for increased educational opportunities for the resident population. This includes installing a Wi-Fi network in all of our facilities and provision of tablets for the residents to be able to access educational materials, work on college courses or GED programs, and work on their lessons and their homework back in the living unit. And once up to full operation, we'd be able to have up to 1,000 residents on this Wi-Fi network at any given time. Also includes funding for virtual welders. Welding jobs are expected to grow by 4.4% over the next 6 years. Welding's a great program, but it also requires a lot of resource and space to conduct. With the virtual welders, which we've got some of these at KJCC and through Washburn Tech, and they've worked very well out there. The staff and the youth at the facility really enjoy them and get a lot out of it. This will allow us to put more individuals through a welding program and get them those job skills that they can then take to the private industry or to a traditional KCI industry, and take those job skills back to the community when they release. Additionally, we'd have funding included in this for CDL simulators. That's another job field that's growing. Expected about 2.3% job growth in the CDL field over the next 6 years. And this again is upfront investment for equipment that allow us to provide more individuals the opportunity to earn their CDL and get that experience before releasing, and not have the long-term operational and maintenance costs to go along with having the tractor trailer at the facility. Merle had mentioned earlier in his presentation today the expansion projects at Winfield and Lansing. Funding had been approved in FY20 and 21 to begin the construction of the renovation, I should say, of those 2 units. We're expected to have them completed by sometime this fall. The contracts have both been signed, and work should be starting here this spring. Again, that Winfield project was for 241 beds, which included 148 beds for long-term nursing care, and then another 93 for substance abuse programming. And the Lansing project was another 200 beds. This is on the old minimum campus, one of the better units that's still in pretty good shape. And this provides 200 substance abuse programming beds at that facility as well. To fund the operation of these units, which we expect to come online in October, the governor's recommending $9.6 million. This includes $4.6 million that we're reallocating within our budget, and this is coming from the unit closure savings I had mentioned earlier, those staff savings that we've realized by being able to close down some units that were unoccupied because of the population decline, as well as funds that had been previously allocated for contract beds, which we're no longer having to use because of that population decline. That $4.6 million of reallocated funds would be supplemented with $5 million of new money added to the base budget. And this will allow us to hire 62.5 FTE at Winfield and 41.6 positions at Lansing for security staff, programming staff, unit team counselors, and maintenance personnel. And the $9.6 million also includes funding for nursing staff under the healthcare contract at Winfield. The governor's also included funding to offset the loss of revenue to our inmate benefit fund. As Merle mentioned earlier, our inmate benefit fund, or IBF, is where receipts from commissions on phone calls, video visitation, and commissary, and other purchases are deposited. And those funds are used to pay for offender programming, including education, sex offender treatment, and substance abuse programming. Our largest revenue source has always been the commission on phone calls, and with the reduction in the calling rates that were mandated by the FCC in October, we're projecting a loss of revenue of about $748,000. So the governor has added that back in as SGF in FY22 and FY23 to offset those losses, so we're able to continue to sustain those programs that we have today. Governor's recommendation also included another $21.1 million one-time funds in FY22 in the evidence-based programs fund. These were funds that were lapsed during this last session. And there are savings that had been generated early on following the passage of Senate Bill 367 and the resulting decline in use of youth residential centers in the community, as well as placements in what used to be the Larned Juvenile Correctional Facility, which has since been closed, and a reduction in beds being utilized at the Kansas Juvenile Correctional Complex. And again, these funds will be used for evidence-based programs in the community to help prevent youth from escalating into the juvenile justice system or eventually the adult correctional system. The governor also included $451,000 to restore 6 positions in central office that were initially part of a budget reduction. When we had developed the FY21 budget requests, agencies were instructed to provide a 10% reduced resource in the event revenues did not meet the projected estimates. And for KDOC at the time, the 10% reduction was about $42 million SGF cut. So we had to put several items on there we didn't necessarily care for, but were necessary in order to meet that target. So this would have required us to identify positions that they become open that we no longer fund. Hopefully we've reached that through natural attrition. And as we're doing that exercise, we realized that every position that came up as a potential target for this reduction is not something we could live without and be able to keep up with the workload that we have today. So we're using one-time funds this year to keep those positions online. Going into next fiscal year, the governor has approved our request for funding in the FY23 budget so we can continue to sustain these 6 positions moving forward. I'll briefly talk a little bit about some of our vacant properties. It's been a topic of discussion. We have, first of all, the old honor camps at the El Dorado and Toronto Lakes. These minimum units were closed in 2008-2009 timeframe when several budget cuts were handed down to agencies as a result of the Great Recession and the declining revenues at that time. Those facilities we've looked at in the past as potentially being able to reuse them at some point. It's just simply not cost effective to use those facilities, and there's really no interest in outside parties in being able to use those units. So we've included in our 5-year capital improvements plan funding to go ahead and raise those structures. This would require authorization in the appropriations bill by the legislature to demolish those buildings. So we would ask that proviso language be included in the appropriations bill, giving us that legal authority to raise these structures. Also, the older Lansing Correctional Facility has been a topic of discussion regarding its future. This past fall, we held tours with the Joint Oversight Committee and brought the budget director out for a tour. We've also last spring reached out to local leaders in that community for any ideas what they may have for future use of this facility. The consensus from these individuals and these groups was that we do just need to go ahead and demolish these structures. So we will be looking at to include that in our next capital improvements plan that will be submitted this upcoming July 1st with a plan on how we're going to go about raising those structures. We also have our facilities conditions assessment. that's still being worked on. As a reminder, this was a initiative that we started last summer and awarded a contract to have a consultant come in and evaluate all of our properties, look at the condition that they're in and what would it take to bring them back up to current standards, or if it's financially responsible to go ahead and do that. We've ran into some delays with getting this report completed. We anticipate they'll be done sometime this spring, and then we'll be able to take those results from that study and incorporate that into our 5-year plan and into the FY24 budget cycle. Lastly, I'll just make brief mention of our performance measures. There should be in your handouts a copy of all the performance measures that we include in our budgets. We track 199 different measures across the KDOC system, across the 42 different program areas. And these are all based on the PBB requirements for being able to track and report out on an annual basis. These measures cover everything from administration to security and vendor programs. Virtually everything we do has a measure tied to it in some fashion. However, I will point out that our ultimate measure and the measure that's used by all corrections agencies is the recidivism rate, which you can't really convert into a one-year metric that's required by performance-based budgeting, but this is what we look back at to see if we're making progress on what we're supposed to be doing here. And the way the recidivism rate is calculated is to look at a base year for releases, and within a 3-year period after those releases, how many individuals return to prison. So our last calculation of the recidivism rate would have been for 2017 releases. And by looking at those, we see that 72.5% of youth released from KJCC in that 3-year period following their 2017 release did not return to KJ or go to an adult facility, and that's up from 61% the prior reporting period. And then on the adult side, 67.7% of adults who were released in 2017 did not return to prison within 3 years following their release, and that's up from 65.8% the prior reporting period. So with that, Mr. Chair, I'll go ahead and I'll end here and stand for any questions that you or the committee may have.
Thank you, Keith. Questions for Keith? Senator Petty?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Keith, you had mentioned when you were going through this that the governor had approved replacing the revenues from the inmate phone charges at $747,651 with SGF, but then I was looking here and it says the governor does not recommend adoption of that request. Is it a different year or?
There was 2 separate requests. Another enhancement request we put forth was what would it look like if we were to eliminate commissions on phone calls altogether. And so the the request that was not approved by the governor was that one, which would have allowed us to drop our rates to 7 cents per minute, but we're required, I think, something in the neighborhood of $3 million annually to offset that lost revenue.
So maybe there's just a mistake here on our report because it actually says not recommended.
Mr. Chairman, I can clarify that.
Merle?
Yeah, the senator has identified an error on the analysis that I wrote on item 12 on page 1,269, replacing revenue from inmate phone charges. It does state the governor does not recommend adoption of this request. That is incorrect. The governor did recommend adoption of that request for $747,000.
Thanks, Merle.
Senator Fagg?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I was sitting here listening about the new FTEs that she's going to have in Winfield and the other location, where are you going to get these people from? Because we already have a big vacancy. Is there a plan to that? We're looking for 100 new employees and we can't get what we got.
Again, we're still pretty early in this new pay plan. We've only have a few weeks real experience since those started hitting paychecks, and we've seen that start to flatline. Anticipate that will start to taper down and go back to their direction. Just before the labor shortages started here this past summer, we had a record low of vacancies. I think our average rate the prior fiscal year in FY 20 or 21 rather would have been about 147 openings on average throughout the fiscal year. So we're optimistic that this pay plan is going to do what it's intended to do, and that's to start getting people back into these jobs here. Regarding Winfield, that's always been one of our strongest areas as far as recruitment and retention. Even though they've got some vacancies now, it's not nearly as extensive as what we've seen at other locations, and they're still doing really well. And then on the healthcare side as well, the nursing staff that we're needing for that Winfield unit. That community has always been a very good recruitment pool. We really don't have much of a turnover or vacancy rate historically within the Winfield community, so we're pretty confident we'd be able to attract and retain the necessary staff there.
Senator Fagg.
When I look at a number of 545 vehicles around corrections, how do you set that level? That just seems like a lot of cars running around for a correction facility.
It is quite a few vehicles. So we have a large number of vehicles in parole. Our parole officers utilize to travel in the community. And within the facilities, we have everywhere from vehicles for staff to use to travel between facilities or to come to central office for trainings and meetings. Vans and trucks that are used to transport resident work crews out in the communities. Vehicles that are used on the facility grounds for maintenance purposes, delivering meals from between different units. In some cases, like at Winfield, we have the meals prepared at the Veterans Home Kitchen, and they have to be trucked over to our campus to be delivered. So there's quite a few vehicles that we need to continue to maintain our operations.
Senator Fagg.
Thank you. How many employees uses a state health plan, Department of Corrections?
I would venture to say, if not all of them, pretty close to them, all of them, unless someone else unless an employee has a health care plan through their spouse who doesn't work for the state or through other arrangements.
Senator Fagg.
One more question. What would the cost to dispose of that El Dorado facility? Has anybody looked at those kind of numbers?
For the two minimum camps?
Yeah,
It was,
especially the one in El Dorado. And the reason I say that is that sits right below the dam at the lake. That's the most used lake in Kansas. And people go by this all the time and have for years. So.
That's where I thought it was somewhere. The secretary's saying it's about 625,000. And that was for both of them.
That's for both of them?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions? Senator Petty.
I was going to ask that same question about demolition, but to go along with that, we would need to include within our budget a proviso to allow that to occur.
Yes.
Thank you. And then the second question I had to ask was about the vehicle replacements. And I know the governor, you mentioned the governor's including $2.5 million in 23. Has the department put any application for any spark funds? I wondered if that would.
Not for vehicles, no.
Other things, but not.
Yes, no. Everything what we've applied for is virtually all new construction projects or Wi-Fi for staff within the correctional facilities.
And not for anything in the educational equipment?
No, but I believe the House is looking at something like that.
Okay. I did want to ask, how is the welder program, you talked about the virtual welders, is the whole course virtual?
I would need to check on that. And I did misspeak. We did, as far as the Pathways for Success funding, we did put an application in just a couple days ago for that. I forgot we had just recently added that to the Spark committee list. And I'll find out for sure on the virtual welders if there's any part where they do live.
Thinking about.
They do end up doing some live. Okay, all right. So there is
Some live stuff, right?
Yeah.
All right, thanks. And so you have put in the Pathways.
Yes, we just added it in the last minute.
Great.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Keith.
Thank you.
Committee, I think we'll go ahead and deliberate. Senator Clays.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the FY 22 and 23 budget for the Corrections Central Office and all facilities, including notations to review in the full committee, community corrections salaries, spark funding for education, the KP&F retirement plan, demolition of certain buildings, and the $625,000 to remove facilities at El Dorado.
We have a motion. We have a second by Senator Fagg. Discussion. Senator Petty.
Thank you. Do we need to refer to that demolition, talking about asking for a proviso for the demolition?
Senator Glaze.
Yeah, I think just having a notation to talk about in committee, and we can decide how we want to handle it, whether it's just funding it or how that might work. We could certainly put in a proviso that specifies where the funding goes, or we could just put in 625 and say, take down the buildings. Either way.
Yeah. We just want to make sure we look at it as a whole committee.
Yeah.
Can I ask for clarification from the department?
Sure. Keith?
So specifically, what we're going to need in the appropriations bill is the legal authorization to raise those structures. So that's what the proviso language we need to say, is that we're authorized to demolish the buildings at the Toronto and El Dorado Lake honor camps.
Okay, and while we have you here, does the 625 cover El Dorado and Toronto, or just El Dorado?
It is both of them.
Both?
It is both.
Okay, then I would amend it to say El Dorado and Toronto, as well as that proviso language be drafted for review.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Committee, thank you. Appreciate your putting in a long day today. And thank you folks for coming back. I really appreciate your patience. We are adjourned.